I'd like to call the meeting to order, and if you can please stand and join Councilor Balboni leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Councillor Willett.
Present.
Councillor Pendleton. Councillor Cordero.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Paterna.
Here.
Mayor Zimmerman.
Here.
Councillor Delnicki. Here. Councillor Fitzgerald. Here. Councillor King. Here. Councillor Balboni.
Thank you. Under the mayor's remarks tonight, I just wanted to comment that I and Councilor Delnicki and Representative Delnicki attended the Wreaths Across America on Saturday. The American Legion and others who were involved in that, I thought, did a wonderful job. If anybody's not familiar with that whole organization, it's something you should check into. I want to thank the police department for doing the Stuff a Cruiser for holiday gifts again this weekend. Yesterday was the 13th anniversary of Sandy Hook, and just happy holidays to everybody who's celebrating either Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, and hopefully I didn't forget anything. So over the next couple weeks to everybody in town. Item 5 is the adoption of the agenda. Deputy Mayor Paterna.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move we adopt the agenda with 2 or 3 amendments here. First one is, if you look at 11B, that should be second reading, not the first reading. Okay. And then under 13A and B, we should, since the Chair of the Public Building Commission was unable to make it tonight for discussion, I thought we should table 13A and B on the Public Building Commission ordinance.
What's 13A, and then it's not B, it's...
Oh, I'm sorry, 13A.
Yep.
All right. And then lastly, there are 2 resignations tonight that are further back on the agenda. One is Councilor King on item E, resignation of Terry Parrott. The second one is Councilor Delnicki on the resignation of James McDonald. I think we should move those to the top of the agenda, so we're accepting the resignations first before we make any appointments to any positions tonight.
So that's 13E. What's the other one? I'm sorry.
It was...
Okay.
Got it? Yep.
And you want to move those to where?
You should move them right up after adoption of the minutes.
Okay.
Accepting those resignations.
Okay. Is there a second on the amended agenda?
Can I make just a friendly? Yep. Can we move 13D and E to right before 11? Right before the consent agenda?
13D and E, which is what
he just said.
He was going to move them right after we're done on 5.
Is it C, D, and E, though? Are all 3 of them? Move them up, the resignation? Accepting the resignations, just to keep them together?
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. 13C is supposed to be postponed, and 11B7, that's supposed to be postponed as well.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Is everybody now good? Okay. All those in favor? Oh, I'm sorry.
I would also add that you postponed 11B6. That's the appointment of Mindy Lewis to the EDC till the next meeting. Is that right? Did I get that right?
So we're postponing 11B6 and 11B7 and 13C.
Okay,
Right,
all right.
okay.
Now is everybody in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? All right, passes. So now we're on 13D. Yeah, let me just find that.
I think, resolution, 11B6 needs to be passed, but 11B7 needs to be postponed.
Mr. Mayor?
Attorney Corella?
Right. So Mindy Lewis is an alternate member of the Economic Development Commission right now. And the concept, I believe, was to appoint her as a member, a full member. She's an alternate right now. So she needed to resign her position as an alternate. That didn't take place in time. She didn't get it filed with the town clerk. So there's no resignation for you to accept. She's still an alternate member. She can't be seated as an alternate and a full member at the same time. So we have to not move forward with her as an alternate. We can't accept her resignation under 13C because it wasn't filed on time. It has to be postponed to the next meeting. You can't seat her tonight as a member of the commission because she hasn't resigned yet from being an alternate. So that's 11B6. And Louise Neary, who was supposed to fill her spot as an alternate, can't be seated there until she resigns as well. So that's 11B7.
Right,
That's the rationale for all that.
okay.
Not an easy day to be replacing the town council clerk. So we're up to 13D. Councilor Delnicki.
Resolution accepting the resignation of James McDonald as a member of Inland Wetlands Agency Conservation Commission with a term end date of 12/1/28. Be it resolved that the South Windsor Town Council hereby accepts with regret the resignation of James McDonald from the Inland Wetlands Agency Conservation Commission effective November 21st, 2025, and be it further resolved that the South Windsor Town Council extends its thanks to James McDonald for the time dedicated to serving the community by membership on the Inland Wetlands Agency Conservation Commission.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions, concerns? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Passes unanimously. 13E, Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Resolution accepting the resignation of Terry Parrott as a alternate member of the Zoning Board of Appeals with a term ending of November 30th, 2027. Be it resolved that the South Windsor Town Council hereby accepts with regret the resignation of Terry Parrott from the Zoning Board of Appeals effective November 1st, 2025. And be it further resolved that the South Windsor Town Council extends its thanks to Terry Parrott for the time dedicated to serving the community by membership on the Zoning Board of Appeals.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Again, any questions, concerns? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay, now we're back to item 6, communications from the town manager, Mr. Maniscalco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. From my written report, automated external defibrillators at Nevers Park. The Parks and Recreation Department has been working to find and allocate resources to get 2 more AEDs that will be accessible to the public at Nevers Park. As a result, the 2 new AEDs will be near sports fields and outdoor housings that can be accessed by the public by calling 911. Our holiday market, the Human Services Department held the holiday market on December 7th at the South Windsor Community Center. There was a great turnout of vendors and artisans. I wanted to recognize the staff for their hard work at making that event a success. In terms of grand list growth, I know it's a little early because our assessor hasn't signed the grand list yet, but we have been giving you just some rough estimates as we head into the budget. So on December 9th, I sent the town council a grand list update from the tax assessor, which is much more in depth. In that update, she indicated that she's currently predicting less than 0.5% grand list growth. While we have many projects in the hopper that could help increase the grand list growth, none have taken off due to economic concerns. A couple items that I don't have on my written report. First of all, Rye Street Park. I sent all of you a notice earlier today about Rye Street Park. Unfortunately, we've had some individuals who have vandalized the park. taking their cars out onto fields and doing some donuts in the snow, things like that. As a result, we've closed the main gate to the park, but leave the basketball court gates open so that people can park and access the park from the basketball court, but won't be able to drive into the park and actually drive onto the fields. So that's one thing that's also been reported, that vandalism has been reported to the police department, and they're currently working on investigating who that is. Also wanted to recognize Public Works for an excellent job over the weekend. I think we saw, the trucks going by while it was snowing on Sunday. That being said, there were people working Saturday night. There's been people working Sunday night, and the men and women of the Public Works Department did a great job over the weekend. And lastly, I just wanted to say happy holidays to everybody. I know everybody celebrates different types of holidays and different things, but I wanted to take the opportunity to say happy holidays. And I wanted to recognize the employees that will be working over the holidays, and I'll get you a count as to what that is when we get back. And I'd be happy to answer any questions from the council.
Anybody have any questions for the town manager? Councilor Fitzgerald?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Maniscalco, this is, I think you just said, this is the second year in a row that knuckleheads have gone out onto the fields at Rice Street Park and torn them up. Are there any surveillance cameras or anything over there?
I think unfortunately, due to the lack of internet access, we don't have actual cameras that are out there. I can tell you that we are putting some other things in place to identify whom they would be moving forward. They're more, I don't want to get into too much of it because I think it would impact our ability, but it's a more mobile option that we would have available. But it's something that we're not able to keep it out there all the time, so.
Okay. And also, I know that there was a bit of a glitch with the sewer bills, people who paid them towards the end of the month. I was one of them. I paid on October 30th, and then right before Thanksgiving got a nice little letter from the tax collector saying that I still owed money because I hadn't paid on time when I had paid on time. So I called, and they said that there was some sort of an issue with the camera or the handling of the box outside. And they had to go back and review the tape to see if see when I actually paid my bill, and they were gonna get back to me and let me know how that went, and I never heard back until I got just a form letter saying that there had been a problem and that, I was no longer needing to pay money that I had already paid. So I just wasn't sure if you had any information on how many people in town were impacted by that, because
Considering this is the first I've heard of it, I have none, but I will be happy to dig into that and I will get you some more information.
cool, thank you.
All right, anyone else? Councilor Balboni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, Mr. Town Manager, the AEDs over at Nevers being accessed by the public by calling 911. What is there, some sort of magnetic release or something?
They probably would get, I believe they would be a code that they would give them that they could punch in and then it'll open up.
Okay, because obviously when you need an AED, time's of the essence.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I had a couple things. First of all, Mr. Maniscalco, thank you for the quick response on the AED question. I think that'll be really helpful for the Nevers Park. There's hundreds of people there every day. I did have two other things. The grand list growth, I know I'm new. I remember we had a discussion, and I think you told me X years ago it was like 3 or 3.5%. The last couple of years it was 1 or 1.5%. Obviously, probably like a lot of other towns, we're going in the wrong direction. For the next meeting, could you maybe give the council, which means to the public, just a feel for what that means? Because it's another difficulty as we go into the budget season. But I think you hear like 0.5%, you don't really know what that means. So maybe what the delta would be between last budget or the year before when it was 1 or 1.5 to 0.5.
Sure.
Like what did we lose? Yeah, dollars less. So
Sure.
we're starting in the hole again. And then to, Councilor Fitzgerald, I have the same comment about Rye Street. I just don't get it. Let me just ask you. I'm assuming where they drove, I know you sent us pictures, was on the grass that's used like for kind of makeshift soccer fields. Wasn't on the, what I'm going to call the main football, lacrosse, soccer field, and wasn't on the softball field, but it was in the open area.
Correct, that was where I took out of those pictures.
Yeah. Have we, I'm guessing we've already looked into it, but what fencing might cost us just totally around the place? Because, you know, this has happened multiple times. I mean, this could easily be, I'm not going to say hundreds of thousands of dollars, but it could easily be, I actually probably could be before we're done. I don't think people understand fully that that whole land is used for soccer and lacrosse and whatever tournaments. There's tournaments where there's, I'm going to make it up, 20 fields put in kind of thing. So it's used a lot. And, you know, if this takes some of that out of play for a season, that would be traumatic to our programs. So I'm guessing it would be really expensive, but I guess I'd like to know what we could do.
Sure.
So it doesn't happen again. Anyone else? All right, we'll go on to public input, which is item 7. So public input shall not exceed 30 minutes. When recognized by the mayor, the speaker shall approach the lectern. I didn't do a really good job of this last meeting. Please give your name and address. Speakers shall avoid personal attacks or impugning or alleging an improper motive to any person. The speaker may address the council on any item on the agenda. The speaker shall limit their speaking time to 5 minutes. The town council does not respond the same meeting that you speak to us. And I guess, is there any, and we'll keep track, and if you look to my right, it'll show you how much time you have left. Would anybody like to speak to the council tonight on something that's on the agenda?
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Tim Appleton, and I live at 161 Woodland Drive. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. On Election Day, voters throughout South Windsor cast their ballots. Those votes were counted, and the outcome was clear. The people elected Harrison Madison to serve on the South Windsor
Point of
Town
order, Mr. Mayor. This is not on the agenda, and we don't have jurisdiction per our council rules. We are supposed to only hear things that are in our jurisdiction, and we don't have jurisdiction over a judicial matter.
Well, it's not on our agenda, so unless you can provide me where it's on our agenda.
I noticed on the agenda a reference to the town attorney and a discussion, and this was part of that discussion.
Okay, so that doesn't meet that. Let me just stop this. But I do believe you could talk at the end of the meeting.
Okay.
Because it is under our purview.
All right.
Kind of what happened. So I would say at the end of the meeting, you all can talk to us.
But we don't have jurisdiction over it, so that's what the council rules. It says the speakers may address the council on any matter over which the council has jurisdiction. We don't have a jurisdiction on any judicial issue.
So I would agree with you on that, but I think part of the argument that Mr. Appleton and others are going to make is that the town made a mistake in what they did after the election, which is under our jurisdiction.
But we don't have control over that issue, so I'm still going to make my point of order clear that we don't have jurisdiction over the issue.
Attorney Corella, since this is my first, so if there's a point of order, who makes the decision?
You do.
Okay.
You do.
Okay. To the people, I will let you guys talk at the end of the meeting.
Okay.
I'm trying to be as broad as possible,
Thank
but
you.
not now. Is there anybody else? There's nobody else in the public right now for something that's on the agenda? All right, so item 8, Councilor Ouellette, adoption of minutes from the previous meeting.
To make a motion to adopt the minutes from the December 1st, 2025 Town Council regular meeting.
All right, is there a second? Second. All right, so I'm not usually this person, but I do have 2 changes that I would like to make because I think they're important. On page 11, 12A, second paragraph, where it says, there's kind of a discussion and it says that Mr. Maniscalco clarified that the referendum procedures are governed by a separate ordinance and not within the scope of the purchasing ordinance. I did rewatch the meeting, and at that point, not a problem with that answer, but I then had a discussion with Attorney Corella, and I believe he said at that time, wouldn't be a problem including it in the ordinance, wouldn't be a bad idea to potentially include it, or whatever the phrasing was. So, Mr. Maniscalco, I'm not asking us to change this now, but could we have the clerk of the council maybe rewatch that part? And if I'm correct, we'll maybe change it the next meeting? Is that allowed if we vote on it this meeting?
You wouldn't vote on it then.
Okay.
We could, if you wanted to review it again.
All right, so
unless you have a
I'm gonna
specific
ask that we
change.
hold off then, and then, because I think it's important. And then page 15, in the middle of the page, this one I think is, again, really important, because I think this is wrong. Where it says motion to approve was made by Councilor Delnicki, seconded by Councilor Pendleton. And then about 3 lines down, it says, Mayor Zimmerman noted that the land deed appears to allow the town to proceed. What I actually said was, I pointed to the person who was presenting from the town, and I said, hey, just to be sure to get it on the record, we've heard that the deed says the following. So I wasn't saying that the deed said the following. I was trying to put on the record that the town staff person said that, because I didn't have the deed in front of me. So I'd ask that clarification to be put in, but I'd ask her to rewatch that part. So I guess I'm asking to put off this vote until the next meeting, so we can make those changes. Postpone. Councilor King.
So just so that we're doing it properly,
So make a motion to leave it open. So I'd like to make a motion to leave adoption of previous minutes from the December 1st town council meeting, to leave that open until the, or just to postpone.
Postpone to the next meeting?
Postpone.
All right, is there a second? Second. Councilor King, thank you. Anybody else? Thank you for your indulgence. All right, all those in favor? Aye. Aye. All those opposed? All right, passes unanimously. We are up to item 9, communication from liaisons, officers, and boards directly responsible to the council. Anybody? Councilor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 2 meetings, the Board of Education met last Tuesday. Not a ton of big stuff on the agenda, but they did authorize the superintendent to begin negotiations with First Student to renew the bus transportation contract with the town. And then also the Parks and Rec Commission met on the 3rd of December. And just a couple of things from that meeting. Chairwoman Genevieve Corsi resigned her seat on the commission, as did Paul Mackey, who was also on the commission, because they are now the chair and the vice chair of the Board of Ed, so they resigned their seats on the Parks and Rec Commission. And Molly announced, I think it was Molly, that the South Windsor Walk and Wheelways received a draft license for Phase 1 of the Crosstown Trail from Eversource. So I guess now that goes out to bid, so they can start constructing the Crosstown Trail. And I'm not going to go through the exhaustive list of events and programs that the Rec Department has run in the last several months, but just to say, this was my first meeting as the liaison for the commission, and it's incredibly impressive, the amount of adult programs that they have and programs for children. And just as one example, they held a day-long training on CPR for people who are trying to get jobs in daycare centers. So they have to be licensed by, the Office of Early Child Education. So Office of Early Childhood, they need to have the certification. The town ran it I think for free. So just one really good program. And one other thing that they noted was they have been holding some time as open gym space for adults to have, just open gym, go in, shoot around, do whatever. But obviously, we don't have a lot of space, so they're not able to do that as much as they would like to. And that's it for me. Thanks.
Is there anybody else? Councilor Ouellette?
So I attended the Planning and Zoning meeting last Tuesday, the 9th. two issues that were voted on. The first was 76 Deming Street. There was a individual that owns a piece of residential property in what is known as a restricted commercial zone with the plan to attempt to put an indoor recreation facility in the back of their lot. That was discussed and voted down.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, can Counselor Willett move his microphone closer? Thank
Sorry
you.
about that. So it was discussed and voted down, so they rejected that application. It was really a text amendment change to change the zoning to enable them to have an indoor sports facility. It doesn't really align with restricted commercial, and that was why they denied it. The second was Peter Damali and team presented an update for what is going on across from Club Studio, where they're building, they've started excavation. That is the next phase of that development, where they're putting a 100,000-foot building in the back, and then it was originally planned for 2 buildings in the front. They've changed the design to make it, instead of 2, 4 buildings, separated with walking space between it, additional outdoor dining area in front of it, and that was well received and approved by Planning and Zoning. And then lastly, they did have a discussion. They are going to be meeting, I believe it's tomorrow night, with Dr. Carter at the Emergency Operations Center here in front of the building to get an update from her on where we stand with enrollment in our school system. Because obviously, as the mayor knows, enrollment is spiking again, and we have an influx of people coming into the high school. It's really to make Planning and Zoning aware of the impact that any additional residential development will have on our school system, which I think we should all be aware of as well. It is a meeting that is open to the public, so it's a public meeting, so if any of us want to attend to get that update from Dr. Carter, we're all able to do that. I think just off the topic, at some point it would maybe be good for us to get an update from her as well.
Councilor-elect, could you tell us again the location where they were going to try to put indoor recreation? And do you know what the kind of recreation was going to be?
It sounded like gymnastics, birthday parties, and the like.
Okay.
That
And where was that proposed?
76 Deming Street, so if you go from Buckland down Deming Street, like you go into the post office, just after, I forget the commercial building, is that a part of ECHN? I think there's something in ECHN there. Just after that, there's the next house on the right is a really, really deep lot. It's got a pond in front of it, and what they wanted to do is essentially use the existing 2 cuts for the driveway, use one of them to build a facility in back. They couldn't really provide an estimate of traffic or attendance, and it wasn't, there wasn't enough to really make an informed decision on, so the Planning and Zoning Board voted no.
Okay. We had talked at an earlier meeting about what other towns are doing, and I'm not disappointed that they made the decision because it was based on whatever rules they have. I am disappointed that we're not getting that in our town, so hopefully we'll find another location, but I know it's that landowner that wanted to do that. Mr. Maniscalco, could you confirm whether it is tomorrow that Dr. Carter is presenting? I thought I had the date, but I definitely could be wrong. And if it is tomorrow, if you could let us know the time. For anybody who hasn't seen a recent presentation, I went to their first board meeting 2 meetings ago. It would be really valuable information, I think, for the entire council to hear the difference between the elementary issue, the middle school issue, and the high school issue, because there's 3 different discussions that I think we all should hear. But, all right, thank you for that. Item 10 is the reports from committees. Does anybody have a report? Seeing none. Consent agenda, there is none. I'm sorry, there's no first read, but there is second read. Councilor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just, I guess for the town attorney, point of clarification, do I have to, since this is the second reading, do I have to read the whole be it resolved portion?
I think you have to go through them one at a time, yeah. And I think you gotta,
Just read the
Just,
Just the highlighted part.
Oh, just the
Yeah,
top.
just the bolded part. I mean,
But one at a time?
but one at a time, yeah.
All right.
Yeah. And then, can I just, before you start that, just so that we're clear, I spoke to the mayor before the start of the meeting, you know, this is the second reading, so yes, you'd have to read them, you know, kind of consecutively. The town council clerk and I spent a lot of time after the last meeting going through that list of first reading appointments. There were a number of discrepancies and changes, so not all of these line up verbatim with the first reading. They're substantively the same. The only, I think, substantive difference was Mr. Madison was listed as being a member, in the first reading, he were going to be appointed as a member of the EDC, and now he's being reappointed as an alternate, which is correct, and it doesn't screw up the whole EDC structure. So I can go through what those changes are, if you'd like me to. It's up to you guys, if you want to
Why don't you
understand.
go ahead to make sure we do it
So just so
correctly.
you understand what's different from the first reading to the second reading. So I just told you about Mr. Madison, that was number 2. Just for clarity, instead of on number 4, Mr. Joe Kennedy was now Joseph Kennedy Jr., because that's who he was, and he's referred to that in other appointments as being, that's his full name, so we did that. Number 5, we want to be clear that Mr. Boyd was replacing the expired term of David Marsh, just so that it's clear, because he's filling a slot. It's a different timing structure. We've taken 6 and 7 off, but those were updated as well to correct that structure with the EDC and Mindy Lewis. We updated number 7, also Ms. Lewis, to correct her date of termination to be 2027, not 2029. Number 13, to show that appointing Mr. Kennedy to the expired term of Mr. Murray. Number 16, again, to fill the vacancy of that slot that existed. Number 18, to update the date of the term ending November 30th, not November 8th. And then also number 19, to fill a vacancy that existed on the Patriotic Commission. I have similar comments for the next batch that I'll go over at that point, if that's okay with you?
Yep.
Okay. So those are the differences between the first reading that was listed on your last go-around and this tonight.
Councilor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to approve 11B1 through 11B21 as a second reading on the consent agenda. And 11B1, resolution reappointing Kathleen Mary Sharros as a member of the Library Board of Directors. Just keep going. Oh.
Yep.
Number 2, resolution reappointing Harrison Amadison as an alternate member of the Economic Development Commission. Resolution reappointing Jim Murray as a member of the Economic Development Commission. Resolution reappointing Joseph Kennedy Jr. as a member of the Economic Development Commission. Resolution appointing Christopher Bui as a member of the Economic Development Commission to replace the expired term of David Marsh. Resolution reappointing Stephen Cardy as a member of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Resolution reappointing James Kupchunas as a member of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Resolution reappointing Arthur Jennings as a member of the Inland Wetlands Agency/Conservation Commission. Resolution reappointing Elizabeth Burgess as a member of the Historic District Commission. Resolution reappointing Kathy Gallagher as a member of the Library Board of Directors. Resolution appointing Joseph Kennedy Jr. as a member of the Water Pollution Control Authority to replace the expired term of James Murray. Resolution appointing Christopher Bui as an alternate member of the Water Pollution Control Authority. Resolution appointing Virginia Carmen as an alternate member of the Library Board of Directors. Resolution appointing Katrina Mattern as a member of the Housing and Fair Rent Commission. Resolution reappointing Linda Jeske as a member of the Board of Assessment Appeals. Resolution appointing Robert Vettery as an alternate member of the Planning and Zoning Commission. Resolution appointing Rose Maturo as an alternate member of the Patriotic Commission. Resolution reappointing David Basile as a member of the Water Pollution Control Authority. Resolution reappointing John Stengel as an alternate member of the Zoning Board of Appeals.
Second.
All right. Any questions or concerns? Not seeing any. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? All right, passes unanimously. Counselor Delnicki.
Attorney Corella, is there any updates on this section?
Sure, similar to the last one. Actually, there's no changes to the individual listings from the first reading to the second reading. I do want to bring to the council's attention items 22, 23, 24, and 25, which are all appointments to the Agricultural Commission. The Agricultural Commission is established by ordinance to be 10 members on that commission, 5 Republicans and 5 Democrats. And it also goes on to say to serve in a capacity of 7 members and 3 alternates. Now, I don't know how this all came to pass, but it is currently being operated with 12 members instead of 10. So don't appoint 12. You can only appoint 5 Ds and 5 Rs. And you also have to appoint 7 of those people, of those 10, as members and 3 as alternates. Okay? That's never been done. I don't know why it's never been done, but right now you've got 12 people all acting as members, and it's not in conformity with what the ordinance says. So you can act on these 4 members tonight. They'd all be seated as members. You'd have 4 Republican members. You would be able to then seat one more Republican in total on the commission, and you'd have to have 3 Democrats with the 4 Republican members, and then the other alternates being 2 and 1. I know it's confusing, but
So with the other Republican spot would have to be an alternate position then, right?
that's correct.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Before we read these, so now I'm confused. Is the reason the Republicans get 4 of the 7 permanent spots because they're appointing first, or should we just be appointing
That's
10
up to you.
members
I'm
and
just
let us
telling,
figure
that's
it
up
out?
to you how you want to handle it. I'm telling you, the ordinance says you have a 7-member, 3 alternate commission in total. The effect of what you're doing tonight is to appoint 4 members to the commission. That's what it says.
So I don't think we want to do that. I mean, I think we at least want to talk about
Hold
it.
on. We just changed the ordinance of this commission earlier this year. Is this the new change that you're,
Yeah, that's
Okay.
right. That's with the new change.
okay, that's the new change?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, this is, actually, that was there before the new change. The new change didn't restructure it that way, but that,
Because I know we just did the change.
right, yes, we did do the change to the ordinance, but I didn't change the structure. But anyways, the long and the short of it is that you've got 10 members total, so you can't appoint more than 5 Republicans and 5 Democrats. You're
So we're
appointing
2
4.
members, so we're 2 members over.
You're 2 members over right now, but luckily, all their terms have expired. They're all up for reappointment, all 10 of them, okay? Or whatever, 12 of them, but only 10 can be put in there.
Right. So 2
Right?
just can't be
Right,
reappointed.
right. So, I'm just putting it out there so that you're all aware that the ordinance says what I said it says. You have 5 Rs and 5 Ds, that's it. You're appointing 4 Rs tonight if you go forward. That's fine, you got 1 more Republican, and that's gonna have to be an alternate going forward.
All right, can we do this? I made the mistake of commenting on this. Why don't we have Counselor Delnicki read through the list? We'll get a second, and then we'll have a discussion. Counselor Delnicki.
Okay, motion to approve 11B22 through 11B36 as a second reading on the consent agenda. Resolution reappointing Justin Bourdois as a member of the Agricultural Commission. Resolution, 11B22. 11B23 would be a resolution reappointing James Footner as a member of Agricultural Commission. 11B24, resolution reappointing Nicholas Jones as a member of the Agricultural Commission. 11B25, resolution reappointing Daniel Zen as a member of the Agricultural Commission. 11B26, resolution reappointing Michelle Althoff as a alternate member of the Board of Assessment of Appeals. 11B27, resolution reappointing Paul Burnham as a member of the Economic Development Commission. 11B28, resolution reappointing James Mitchell as an alternate member of the Economic Development Commission. 11B29, resolution reappointing Kathy Chiapetta as a member of the Library Board of Directors. 11B30, resolution reappointing Kyle Demetrian as a member of the Mass Transit and Highway Advisory Commission. 11B31, resolution reappointing Michelle Althoff as a member of the South Windsor Arts Commission. 11B32, resolution reappointing Mary Bay as a member of the Housing Authority. 11B33, resolution reappointing John Caldwell as a member of the Park and Recreation Commission. Resolution 11B34, resolution reappointing Renee Powell as a member of the Park and Recreation Commission. 11B35, resolution reappointing Paul Mazzucato as a member of the Patriotic Commission. 11B36, resolution reappointing Michelle Althoff as a member of the Water Pollution Control Authority.
Is there a second? Does anybody have any questions? Councilor Roulette.
Would it be appropriate to just not finish approving or voting on this tonight, but send at least the,
Can you move your mic?
at least the Agricultural Commission back to the Agricultural Commission and let them tell us what they want as a mix before we start putting people in permanent versus our full versus alternate? Or can we just approve some of them, the ones below the Agricultural Commission?
So I think the way your procedure works is you've got a consent list here of everybody that your Councilor Delnicki has asked for consent for all these listed appointments, and Councilor Fitzgerald seconded it. And so I think that in the discussion here, you probably should decide, do you want to just remove the Agricultural Commission and send it back to them for discussion? Or do you want to toss the whole bunch and come back next meeting? Or you know, maybe a friendly amendment to take out those items if that's not in consent? I guess the point is, this is consent. Everybody's got to agree to it. And if you don't, then you should take it off the consent motion and put it and vote on it separately somehow.
Right.
Well, they don't go back to the commission. It has to go back to the nominating parties.
Well, whoever it's got to go back to, either the nominating party or the commission itself. It goes back to the nominating party. I think you're right. Those are the people that populate the nominations.
I'm going to go back to Councilor Roulette since he has the floor, then I go to Deputy Mayor Paterno, and then I'll go to you. Councilor Delnicki.
That's fine, I'm good, thank you.
Okay.
If Councilor Roulette is making that as a motion, I would second it. I think that makes sense to send just the Agricultural Commission group back to the nominating parties and have them sort it out.
So can I make, oh, go ahead.
I would second your motion.
Councilor Delnicki.
I don't see a reason why to pull it off, because there are 4 members, and we got the 4 slots, and we need to have an alternate, so we're short an alternate.
I think the issue, if I understand correctly, is if we say yes to these today, they are 4 voting of the 7 voting members. They're not 4 of the 10 extended membership that includes 3 people that are alternates. So I think I would have asked the same question that Councilor Roulette asked, is how are we voting? How are we just saying without further investigation that happens to be that the Republicans get 4 of the 7? I would think we'd send it back. Maybe there's some people that don't want to be full members, but just want to be part of the 10. And maybe this group, whether it's me or this group, decides who gets the 4. I mean, we're not talking about some other organizations, but that's the problem here today. If we were just putting them as part of the 10, we'd go ahead and do that tonight. But that's not what we'd be doing, if I understand Attorney Corella correctly. And I'm going to go to Councilor Cudero and then back to Councilor Roulette.
Right, as far as I understand, Councilor Delnicki, we vote on these 4, there's still 1 spot missing. We say yes to the 4, and then it'll go back to the commission, and amongst themselves, they can determine.
But if you say yes to the 4,
Right.
they are 4 of the 7 voting members. And under what, I mean, we haven't had any discussion about it, but under what theory would the Democrats who have the majority have 4 Republicans out of the 7 who get to vote?
Well, it's actually 4 out of 10.
What?
It'd be 4 out of 10.
But it's 4 out of 7. The point is they'd be 4 out of the 7 who get to vote every meeting if they show up. That's the issue. So I think we at least need to, I just want to have a time to think about it. I'm not saying we wouldn't do that, but
When they be able to do that amongst themselves as a commission? When they go back to their meeting amongst themselves and determine?
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
When they be able to do that amongst themselves and go back as a commission? These four here get appointed today, they go back to their meeting.
It wouldn't go to the commission, it would go back to the nominating party, which is our
Nominating party.
party. So, sure, if you want to make a friendly amendment to remove these four, that's fine.
So Counselor Let?
I'd like to make a request to make a friendly amendment to remove the four until we hear back from either the nominating parties or the commission.
So you want to move 11B 22 through 11B 25? No, 25.
Yeah, just, yep, 22 through 25, right?
All right, is there a second for that? All right, any discussion? All those in favor of removing those four, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? All right, that passes. Now we're back to discussion. Does anybody have any issues?
Well, you voted on removing the four. Now you got to make a motion on the amended,
Right, well, we have a motion and a second for the overall, and I'm just asking if there's
overall,
any
right.
discussion on anybody else. I'm assuming the answer is no. All right, seeing none, all those in favor of the amended resolution? Aye.
aye.
Anybody opposed? All right, passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, we are up to item 12, unfinished business. There's none. 13 is new business. We've already removed 13A, so we're up to 13B. Councilor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we put this on here as a discussion item because the contract for our town attorney services is renewable every 2 years. So that contract is scheduled to be up sometime this spring, I think, either March or April. So just wanted to, have a public discussion of how that process is going to run, particularly since we did just kind of make some changes to the charter to how the town attorney position is being handled. And since there has been some back and forth about which things in the charter are being enforced and which ones are not being enforced and which things have changed and which haven't, I just wanted to kind of have an open discussion about what process we're going to be using as this moves forward, and just kind of get a sense from you, Mr. Maniscalco, how this process is going to go moving forward.
Sure, so if it's the council's desire, we could run a RFP for a new town attorney. The way the charter's written, it's my appointment with your approval. So if it's the council's desire to put out an RFP, we can certainly start that process. We would accept applications from whatever firms are around that are qualified. I would probably put together a interview panel for those firms. That would probably include myself. I would probably seek a couple volunteers from the council, probably most likely one Republican, one Democrat, and then staff as well, seeing as staff actually work with the town attorney more than all of you actually do as well. So we would go through the candidates, rank them based on a number of different factors, and score it out and see where everybody shakes out, if that's the desire of the council. So.
Okay. Anybody have any comments for today? Obviously, Mr. Maniscalco, our next thing, once we're done with public comment today, is we would have to put this for a resolution the next meeting to ask you or instruct you to do that process, or is this enough?
I'm okay going forward with an informal vote because we will start to run out of time. Okay. It's a pretty onerous process, to be very honest. So, okay. If you wanted to kind of take a straw poll amongst the council members here, and maybe just the record could reflect that straw poll, that would be helpful.
Okay. Any other comments? Councilor Ouellette?
So outside of the issue of the current town attorney making a decision that the Democrats don't agree with, I think the challenge of going through the RFP process, A, that costs money, because that's not a free process for us. But B, we end up, if we switch attorneys, we end up double paying on some lawsuits or research. So if there's something that the current town attorney started, we're going to unfortunately have to pay both the current town attorney's firm and the new, if we vote on a new one, or if we RFP and select a new one, we have to pay them as well. So I think that is not a fiscally responsible decision to make. And I just want to make sure we have the right motive. If the motive is to help the town save money, I am for that. If there's an ulterior motive that in the end costs the town more money, I am not supportive of that.
Councilor King.
Thank you. We have done this before, you know, right? Where we have an attorney on, and then we elected to bring another one. So this is not without precedent. When we may have, as a council, matter of fact, it was prior to my term, I think I was appointed at that time, the previous council, that there were disagreements with for whatever reason. It might have been, guys, I can't remember specifically, so I won't speak to that. But there is precedent for it. So it's not, yeah, I just want to, just to make sure that, that we're careful when we're suggesting that there's a motive one way or the other. There is precedent if the council, which is our job, if we have a situation where we feel that whether it is financial, it doesn't have to be, but that, and putting something out for RFP, sometimes that's the best thing to do, period, just to make sure that, okay, are we getting the best bang for our buck regardless? So regardless of whatever the motive may be, I am one that's always one for putting something back out there because times change, prices change. People may say, hey, we can do this for less. And it doesn't matter what the motive is because then we end up saving money. So I just wanted to really just kind of put that out there that RFPs, I never have seen a take never back, but something that ends up hurting, you know, if it is about pricing or what have you, but there is precedent for it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was also just going to say, the fact of the matter is, the contract is up in March or April. And, you know, hypothetically speaking, Mr. Corrella's firm might want to renegotiate the contract because prices of everything have gone up. So either way, we're going to have to revisit this contract. So I think going out to an RFP is the prudent thing to do.
Anybody else have any comments? All right, can I get a show of hands just to see how many people would like us to initiate the process to do an RFP? We can end up with the same firm or a different firm. We'll see how the process works. All right, so we got 4. How many people do not want to do that? All right.
So just point of inquiry, Mr. Mayor. So what happens, Mr. Maniscalco, when the contract is done? So then you're just willing to just, Ms. Councilor Ouellette, just say, we don't care, we're just going to go with it? Since you brought it up, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding when the contract is done, and I'm not the smartest man in the room, so then what is the process? The contract is done. Let's just say for ha-ha's sake that Attorney Corrella's firm says, yeah, we're good. And so we're going to wait until then to start an RFP?
Did we take, on the last renewal, did we take it to RFP?
No, so essentially what happened is I had a conversation with Attorney Corrella at the direction of the council, and, you know, we essentially renegotiated and kind of re-upped the same contract we had, is kind of the way I would term it.
Councilor Ouellette.
All right, in my line of work, it is very often that renewals are a less expensive path for the vendor, in this case, the town attorney's firm, because there's no change involved. They don't need to invest energy or effort into onboarding into their systems and, you know, acclimating someone to a new environment. So it is sometimes frankly cheaper for them to renew either at a flat rate or a very small increase. It's very, not everybody takes things to RFP. It's only when the cost, if you're looking at it from a financial point of view, which is really what we have a fiduciary responsibility of the town financially to make sure we're spending our money in a responsible way. If we can renegotiate without going to an RFP, that saves money by not doing the RFP process and yields us, or it avoids having to double pay firms, one that's the current town attorney's firm having to manage through things they started working on while also having to pay a new town attorney at the same time.
I'm going to go to Councilor King. I would just make people aware that at 8 o'clock we have a public hearing, so if I stop somebody mid-sentence, it's nothing personal.
Oh,
Councilor
not
King.
at all. So, does it behoove us then, because heaven forbid, if Attorney Corrella's firm says, no, we're good, and we haven't done our due diligence, we could, in my personal opinion, we could be like a college team looking for a coach at the last minute. And then we don't end up getting the best coach because we waited. So would it behoove us first to say to Attorney Corrella's firm, are you interested, same pricing, whatever, and get their response before saying whether we want to or not?
That would be making an educated decision. So if Attorney Corolla's firm comes back and says, we're doubling our hourly rate, or whatever the, like, okay.
Yeah, whatever
then-
it might be.
Then I think all of us would probably have a problem with that.
All right, maybe it's a good time for me to interject. I'm not really fond of 5-4 votes, but currently tonight we have a 4-4 vote. For the record, I already had a conversation. You like to be prepared for what could happen with the town manager. I'm guessing we're just going to put this on the agenda for the next meeting when we have 9 people, and it'll be 5-4 one way or the other. So we will have a vote to either go out or not. Right now, we have a 4-4, unless I can't add correctly. So while we're talking about the what-ifs, I would just recommend that we wait till the next meeting, and it looks like Councilor Pendleton's going to be an important part of the process if somebody doesn't change their mind by next meeting. At this point, is everybody good with like a 2-minute break before we have the 8 o'clock? Thank you. All right, so I'm going to call the meeting back to order at 8 o'clock. Ask the clerk of the council to read the public notice.
To be published in the Journal Enquirer, December 3rd, 2025. Legal ad, Town of South Windsor. Be it resolved that the South Windsor Town Council hereby sets Monday, December 15th, 2025 at 8 p.m. in the council chambers of the South Windsor Town Hall, 1540 Sullivan Avenue, South Windsor, Connecticut, as the time and place for a public hearing to receive citizen input on a proposed purchasing ordinance in accordance with Section 315 of the Town Charter. Dated at South Windsor, Connecticut, this third day of December 2025. Attested to by Catherine J. Senerth, Executive Assistant, Clerk of the Council.
Thank you. Is anybody from the public here that would like to talk to us about the purchasing ordinance? Okay, seeing none, I guess it's normal to take a straw poll. So all those in the audience that are in favor of the purchasing ordinance that hopefully people have had a chance to read, please raise your hand if you're in favor. Is there anybody here that's opposed? Let the record show that it's a tie at 0-0. All right, so we're going to close the public hearing at 8:01. All right, we're back on the agenda, and we are now G?
AJ? F, AJ?
F we got rid of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We did?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, we did.
Yep.
Because of the discussion.
Yep. All right, we're now on 13G. Deputy Mayor Paterno.
No, F.
Didn't we got rid of F, didn't we?
No.
Because it's related to the PVC, 13A and 13F are related? We wouldn't vote on something that we didn't discuss?
Sorry, you're right.
I did not write that down, I apologize.
Okay. So item G, Deputy Mayor Paterno?
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Resolution approving the 2026-2027 budget policy statement. Whereas the South Windsor Town Council, in preparation for the upcoming budget, would like to establish a budget policy statement. And whereas the policy has been presented to the Town Council for their review, and whereas the budget policy statement for the Town of South Windsor will give direction to all town departments and the Board of Education as they formulate their budgets. Now therefore be it resolved that the South Windsor Town Council hereby adopts the budget policy statement for the fiscal year 26-27 budget as shown in attached Exhibit B.
Mr. Maniscalco, we'll just go to you to see if you have any. Oh, I'm sorry. Is there a second? Thank you, Councilor Fitzgerald. Mr. Maniscalco, is there anything you'd like to tell the council before we start our discussion?
No, I think just big picture, working with the budget working group on this, it was very productive, and I think, you know, they put together a pretty good budget policy. I already sent it out in a draft form to the staff, so I haven't heard any negative feedback back from them, so there's no major warning signs.
Mr. Mayor?
Deputy Mayor Paterno?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to make a couple of minor adjustments because there was a question regarding the strategic plan and the priorities listed under each item. So if you go to item D, references strategic plan 14 priority 2. And the confusion is that after each of these priorities, there's an objective, A, B, and C. So I just want to make sure we list this as objective B and C, for instance, on item D. And then on the next page, strategic plan, page 14, priority 2, that's accurate, but it's objective B and C. So this way, it's an accurate reflection of what we're referring to. And then further down in H, again, page 14, priority 2, objectives B and C. And then you go to J, and there is a page change, so it's page 14, priority 2, objectives B and C. And then item K, page 14, so a page change, priority 2, same priority, but objectives B and C. So that is a more accurate reflection of the references that are being made in this budget policy statement.
All right, before we, I know there's going to probably be some amendments to change some of the, like, pertinent language. Can we get a second to Deputy Mayor Paterno's adjustment, and can we vote on that?
Second.
All right. Anybody have any problems with anything Deputy Mayor Paterno proposed? All right. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? All right. Deputy Mayor, yeah. I'm sorry, Councilor Delnicki.
Okay, during the budget working on this budget policy statement, I left with the thinking that we're going to be saying priorities with fiscal responsibility and affordability. It looks like you took out ensuring and say while considering. To me, while considering is weakening the statement. I'd rather keep ensuring or go with the word with fiscal responsibility and affordability. Because I thought we were agreed with the word with, not while considering, because like I said, considering is weakening and like, well, yeah, we can consider it, but doesn't mean we're gonna.
Okay. Can I offer you a different change? And we can certainly discuss it, because I have some of the same concerns. I don't really like ensuring, because I think that locks us into something that I'm not sure we're going to do in any particular year. I understand your legitimate concern with considering. So what would you feel if it said develop a budget that balances community priorities with fiscal responsibility and affordability? So the word balancing kind of becomes the key word.
Okay, can you repeat that again, please?
Yep, develop a budget that balances community priorities with fiscal responsibility and affordability.
So take out address?
Yeah.
Addresses. I don't mind the word balances, but losing that word ensuring is. I mean, you can go on with, ask others while I'm contemplating it in my head.
Okay, and maybe I should just go on record. Let me just explain my concern with using the word ensuring fiscal responsibility and affordability. I think fiscal responsibility and affordability are really important. But if we were hypothetically in a situation, whether it's this year, 2 years from now, or, well, let's just say this year or next year, because that's what this controls, where we had things that we just have to do, that we've determined that we can't not do them, whatever those things are. I'm not sure how we come back and have the discussion, because somebody here could argue, I'll just throw out a number, whether it's 2%, 5%, or 10%, won't be 10, but whatever the proposed tax increase is, somebody could make the argument, that's not fiscally responsible. And that's why I think balancing is important, because balancing says you're going to consider both. We're all potentially running for re-election, so there's nobody that's not going to, give serious thought to the fiscal responsibility and affordability. But the way it's currently written, in fact, the way it's currently written, I'm not sure how the last council voted on the budget, because if it said ensuring fiscal responsibility, because somebody could have argued in the public that whatever the tax increase was too high, you could always do that, regardless of what the number is. I'm not criticizing the last council. I think in reality, what the last council did was they balanced what they thought was needed to what we could afford. And that's what I'm saying we should use as the bullet, balancing what the community needs with what we can fiscally afford. But is anybody else? Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The only thing I'm suggesting is, one, who's on this committee again? This is you?
Deputy Mayor Paterna and Councilor Danicki.
Okay. And then you guys discuss it and then bring it to us. So,
This is the second time I think it's come to the council, so.
right. So I don't want to get in the weeds and start doing work that you guys took time to do, or else I'd be on this. That said, though, if we take out the word considering with ensuring, and I'm just going to play devil's advocate in this particular case. So number 3, where it says be presented utilizing the safest method possible, would you put ensure there of public health? And so if we're not considering public health, but we want to ensure public health, and if we don't, then there's an issue? I'm just saying be cautious with what your, I'll use Councilor Let's word, your motive, because I think that hopefully we're all in this together in terms of what we want to do. But if we really get in wordplay, I think that all of you, or all of us, I should say, because it's going to come to us, are going to be considering that. And I would hate to say, okay, we're going to take out considering when we know what we're planning on doing, because then I would say, okay, well, everywhere that we have consider, let's put ensure. It's the town council's intent to ensure that the Board of Ed and the town budget go on the same date. Like, you could put ensure everywhere. That's just not realistic, is my point.
Councilor Danicki.
So again, so I can restate it, develop a budget that balances community priorities with fiscal responsibility and affordability.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilor Lett.
I would just throw this out there. Taking out fiscal responsibility, because the challenge, I think that, and I've heard it before, is the term "we need." Okay.
What's the word?
Is need. We need. We need. I think there is a very large chasm between need and want that gets conflated when it gets to budgeting time. So the end result is our actions here affect people's affordability in town, period. And that's the only thing that needs to be balanced, is we need to consider every decision we make on how it impacts affordability for residents in this town. The ability for people to live here and afford to stay here. So using this shield of fiscal responsibility, well, we needed to do it. Therefore, we're being fiscally responsible.
So what are you proposing for language? I'm sorry.
Just balancing community priorities and affordability.
With what?
And affordability, or with affordability.
So develop a budget that balances community priorities with affordability? So take out the words, just fiscal responsibility?
That's just a thought. I'd like to hear everybody else's thoughts on that.
I can go for that one too.
Mr. Maniscalco, from what you've heard, it looks like we have two choices. Since you're the one doing the town budget, you're part of the budget. Develop a budget that balances community priorities with fiscal responsibility and affordability. That's A. B would be develop a budget that balances community priorities with affordability. Is either one of them a problem? I wouldn't think so, but I'll ask.
Neither would be a problem.
Okay. What's the will of the council? Deputy Mayor Paterno.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would go with Councilor Ouellette's suggestion and support that. I think that statement says a lot about what we're trying to do in the budget process. So I would support that as a change.
Councilor Cadero.
I concur with Councilor Oulette. In regards to, without getting too much into the weeds of it, just keep it simple, right? Develop a budget that balances community priorities and affordability. You're not getting too much into the weeds about fiscal responsibilities, because your interpretation of fiscal responsibilities may be different from others. Now we get into the weeds, right? So just kind of keep it.
Councilor Dennecke.
I'm fine with it.
Okay.
So if you want to reread the whole thing, so that way it's clear for the clerk.
Yep. So it would be develop a budget that balances community priorities with affordability. Can we vote on this? All those in favor? Or is there a second? Second. All right, all those in favor, aye. Anybody opposed? All right. I had one other thing. I should probably just walk away and be happy. But Mr. Maniscalco, I don't see anywhere, I'm sorry, I have two things. G, this one's minor, but it says conservatively estimate state revenues. Is it state revenues or is it state funding?
So, you could call it state funding, I guess. We would consider it a revenue source, so it's a state revenue.
If you have a preference, do you have a preference?
I prefer state revenues. We do use that term in our budget process. It's fine.
Fine with me. All right, so the one that I don't see here anywhere, tell me if I'm missing it. I don't see a bullet that says how we're going to estimate tax collection percentage, which is a major driver of the tax increase, so it's a major driver of the discussion when you're discussing the budget. I'm just going to throw out a hypothetical. If we knew that we collect 98.5, I know that's not the right number, but I'm just going to use it, and we always budget 90%, which I know is not the number, what that would do in budget time, it would lessen the amount of revenue, and that would lead to less expenses, less stuff that we're doing, and then during the year, when we do collect 98 instead of 90, we'd be able to do stuff with the money or add it to things like tax stabilization and the general fund. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but there's a whole bunch of stuff that didn't get funded, didn't even get considered. So I don't know what the word is, whether it's realistically estimate or conservatively estimate, but I was surprised that there's not a bullet in here for what we expect the revenue percentage the collection percentage to be. Would you have a problem with that bullet?
No, I mean, you can put it basically whatever you wanted in here at this point, but, you know, we're pretty good at estimating our collection rate. I think typically we're not too far off when we get there, but certainly if you wanted to put something about, you know, appropriately or I don't know, probably don't want to say conservatively because that would impact your abilities. Maybe you could even say something to the effect of use past data to develop an appropriate revenue estimate.
Okay,
and
so
that's basically what we do now, so.
Use past data to appropriately
develop a revenue estimate for tax collections.
All right, so do I have it correct? Use past data to appropriately develop a revenue estimate for tax collection? A revenue percentage estimate? A revenue collection percent? It's really the percentage?
It's really the percentage is what we typically estimate. But your statement, the first one, makes sense. It's fine.
Why don't you,
For us interior people.
why don't you walk us through it?
So it would be, I'm trying to think of it off the top of my head. You can like. come
So
up with it
use
once.
past data to appropriately
Right.
develop a revenue collection
Revenue collections estimate.
percentage?
Yeah, actually, I think it's tax collections estimate, an appropriate tax collection, because that's really what you're talking about is tax collection.
Okay. All right. Counselor Lett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could we just use our projected revenue calculation based on the average of the last 5 years' collection rate?
For the most part, that's what we do. The challenge that we're gonna have if we do that is you also have the state tax cap that came in play, which I don't think is bounced out of that full 5 years yet. So at one point, we had one mill rate and one collections rate. Now we have a different one, so it makes things a little wonky.
So if we collect 99.5%, I know it's up there somewhere,
Yeah.
we saw a decrease or an increase when we changed, when the cap hit?
So it's kind of changed in terms of, you know, cars versus homes, and then also they changed trailers, I think, are no longer taxed and under personal property, or there's something different. And so there's some changes in that would make it a little.
That just changes the denominator of what the grand list is and what we're taxing on the grand list. I'm talking about just the projected revenue, the projected collection rate against the grand list, because that's really close to like
Okay.
99 point.
Right, so it just, the number of collections, yeah, we could probably use something like that.
But wouldn't we want to give you the flexibility? Like if, I don't know if we like lock you into, we're using the average of the last 5 years. What if something, well, get another COVID and we can't collect taxes? Tax rate goes down. Well, then the average for the 5 years really isn't the realistic average 2 years after COVID, as an example. So I think we need a little more flexibility. I just wanted something that talked about the topic, but I don't know if we want to lock the town manager into something that may not apply.
I actually, and actually, just in thinking about past years and conversations we've had with the tax collector, we're typically having this conversation of, you think you could collect a little more this year, right? And there's this challenged, yeah, we're gonna collect more and we're gonna beat our last year and things of that nature. So, you know, we definitely are gonna probably at the bottom end of that, pick the last 5 years as our number, but then probably try to push it a little further, as we typically do. And then additionally, I do want to just point out, you know, this is our budget policy statement for the start of the budget, and I would proffer almost every budget that's been put together is not what this ends up being. So this is just kind of the place to start. This is home plate to start on, and then, you know, by the time we get back around to finishing this thing, it's going to be vastly different. And we're not held to this throughout the entire year for the budget as well, so.
Councilor Lett, are you okay with
Let it go, yeah.
something to start and maybe next year?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is everybody good with that adjustment? All right. All those in favor? Aye. Anybody opposed? Now the overall. I think we need to vote on the overall policy. All those in, is there, we already have a first and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? All right, passes unanimously. Thank you. We are up to letter H, Councilor Lett.
Resolution approving an amendment to the 2025-2026 through 2027-2028 job classification for non-bargaining unit employees. Be it resolved that the South Windsor Town Council hereby authorizes Town Manager Mike Maniscalco to amend the 2025-2026 through 2027-2028 job classification for non-bargaining unit employees of the Town of South Windsor by changing the Assistant Planner to Assistant Director of Planning, Grade 5, and adding the title of Youth Programs Coordinator, Grade 1.
Okay, thank you for the second. Does anybody have any questions? Councilor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Maniscalco, can you just give us a little bit more information on what exactly this is?
Yeah, sure. So, every 2 years, we come to you and ask you to approve the job classifications, and in there, there's a whole laundry list of different positions and titles. What we've identified is the need for these two positions, within our staffing, and, they don't actually have the titles within that job classification. So we can't, there's no job that actually exists for us to then be able to fill. So for, both of these are being considered for specific reasons. In terms of our planning department, we've been working on our succession planning for our planner, who's announced that she's probably going to retire in a year, maybe more. You know, it was our hope that if we had an assistant planner, that person would then kind of be the heir apparent. Unfortunately, that individual that we had put into that position has decided they want to take a job in the private sector. So we're currently looking at revamping our transition process, and one of the things we wanted to do was do an assistant director of planning. So that way we could try to find somebody of a slightly higher caliber who could then hopefully slide right into that position in the event that, you know, our planner does decide to retire. In terms of the youth program coordinator, that's a position that's been identified at Park and Rec that they think they really could use. There's a person kind of doing that job at part-time right now. We want to make it into a full-time position. That's actually paid for out of special revenue, so it's not something that would come from the taxpayers' pockets. And they would help our rec supervisors in terms of a lot of the organization of the projects that they do.
Okay. All right. Not seeing anybody else. All those in favor? Aye. Anybody opposed? All right. Passes unanimously. Thank you. Item I, again, Councilor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Resolution approving refund batch number 9 for 9 refunds totaling $4,028.35. Be it resolved that the South Windsor Town Council hereby approves 9 tax refunds, the total of said refunds being $4,028.35, as more fully described in Exhibit C.
Second.
All right. Thank you. Any questions, concerns? Seeing none. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? All right. Passes unanimously. We're up to item 14. 14A, Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a resolution approving a procurement ordinance per section 315 of the town charter. Be it resolved that the South Windsor Town Council hereby adopts the procurement ordinance as shown in Exhibit D.
Is there a second? Thank you, Councilor Denicky. Anybody have any questions, concerns? All right, I just have two. Actually, Mr. Maniscalco, is there anything that you have for us?
Sure. So just from a procedural standpoint, just to make sure everybody kind of understands how this works moving forward, once the council does vote on it, if it passes, it'll sit in the town clerk's office for 30 days, and then it becomes an actual ordinance for the town that we would then have to follow. Essentially, big picture, this is essentially how we currently do our purchasing on the town side now, and have been doing it since I've been here and even before. So just some of the dollar figures are a little different, and it codifies kind of the actual process.
Right. So I had two questions. This procurement ordinance goes into, I'm going to say great detail, great in quotes, about how we handle things under $10,000, how we handle them between 10 and 25, and then what special things happens after 25. I think I asked the last meeting about, it's not 25 to 10 million, that there's this thing in between that says after over a certain dollar amount, you have to go to referendum. That's not in the charter, but I guess it's in another ordinance, or I couldn't find it in the charter anyway.
So, yeah, I think there's a couple different places that the answer to that question is found. There's, for example, if we were to be leasing a piece of equipment or some item, I mean, in all honesty, you could lease a turf field. So if you wanted to lease a turf field, that actually has an ordinance associated with it that has certain procurement requirements in that regard. If we were to bond something, there's actual state requirements that we have to go through in order to do that. So I think as your dollar amounts get larger, typically the funding sources change. This is actually, and when those funding sources change, the procurement activity or process is typically dictated by where that funding is coming from. This is really focused on the funds that are coming from taxpayers and tax collection to operate our town throughout the entire fiscal year.
Right. But I guess my question is, if any of our departments, take out police, take out fire, because they have, fire trucks and stuff, I understand they're really expensive. But this procurement ordinance, well, my second question, which is related to the first one, is all these purchases have to be in the budget that was passed, but I'm guessing only the total dollar amount has to be in the budget. So we're giving a certain amount to Park and Rec, to planning, to all the different departments. During the year, if something happens and you need to transfer money, you have to come back and get our
Correct.
approval. But let's say that a department gets more than $1.5 million in their budget. What would stop them from saying that they're going to use the million, other than you stepping in? But what would stop them from just spending that on an item? I get accused of wanting...
A new playground. Let's just say it's a new playground.
Let me just go there, since I get accused all the time of wanting stadiums, like the Patriots have, right? So Park and Rec has a budget. What stops them from saying, we're going to go build this thing? Because nothing in here says that over a certain dollar amount, they're required to come to us. They're required to go to a referendum. What stops that other than your due diligence and their professionalism? But what stops that?
Right, so I think, looking at it, and as a department, let's just say it's $1 million department, that's not what it is, but let's just argue that's what it is. There's a whole suite of services that they're required to provide with that $1 million. And if they decided to take that $1 million and rather than provide those services, and they went and they're gonna just build a stadium, I'm pretty sure really fast, my phone's gonna be ringing from residents who are not receiving the services that they wanted. The podium here is gonna be loaded with people really upset. And we're gonna be able to turn around and say to whomever it is in that department, that's not what that funding was meant for, you need to go use it for this. I think it would cause some really big major problems if they just decided to take their entire budget and go do something different with it.
I guess my only concern is we go to great lengths to have a number over which you have to go to referendum, and I don't have a disagreement with that at all. But it doesn't say that here. Like, I don't know why we don't say here that there's a limit to this procurement policy.
So if you wanted to bond a project, so let's just say it's a project amount that we would say is too big to be able to pay for it in cash out of the annual operating budget, we would go bond it. That is required to go out for a referendum. There's statutory requirements for that. It just has to be done in that way.
Okay, but the way this is written, I'm going to try it one more time and then I'll stop. The way this is written, if the council wanted to, and if the town manager agreed, because everybody else works for you, we could spend more than $1 million or $1.5 million, I don't know what the trigger is for a referendum, without going to the public. I'm not suggesting it. I think that would be wrong. That's why I want to have something in here that says we can't do that. Because right now,
Mr. Mayor,
am I missing it?
isn't it, if its estimated value equal or greater to 25, the purchase shall generally be made for the lowest qualified bidder. You have to go to RFP.
Right?
So I think 25 is your,
That's not a referendum. That's not going to the public. I'm saying the 9 of us with the town manager, the way this is written, could spend over the referendum cap on something that we all agree we want. I don't think that's the intent of anybody here, but I don't see anything in here that says there's this thing called a referendum.
So I mean, outside of going and dipping into our general fund,
What's that?
outside of dipping into the general fund, you're gonna have to finance pretty much everything. And even to dip into the general fund, you'd have to have a public hearing. So that's probably.
Okay, but a public hearing, we saw tonight, is 6 people. Again, I'll stop. Could you, we'll pass this tonight. There's nothing that says we can't add something later. I guess,
Yeah, we would just have to have
We
another
could
public hearing.
do, we could look at some other type of ordinance that would be, or even an amendment to this
Right.
that would be a trigger for when things are financed and when they're not,
I'd like to see it, yeah.
I don't know what the right dollar amount to that would be off the cuff. I mean, it's multiple millions, but I don't know what that would be.
For some reason, I thought there was something out there because we never spent a lot of money without going to a referendum, so there's got to be something somewhere.
Typically, I mean, interest rates have been so low historically, and I know we're all sitting here going, no, they're not right now. For municipalities, interest rates are lower than, John Smith off the street, so we can still get a fairly reasonable rate. Those interest rates have been low enough that it would just make more sense to finance things than it does to pay for it in cash. Historically, that's the way it's been. Now, I mean, there's always a tipping point, and where that is, I don't know, but we certainly could put something together as to when you want to, issue bonds and have to go to a referendum, or how that would go. We can do something, we can look into that.
Okay. Councilor Ouellette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So if we all go to the second page, under purchases of capital equipment, services, materials, and supplies, and then you have, to Deputy Mayor Delnicky's point, we have 3 buckets, up to 10,000, 10 to 25, over 25, but the over 25 simply says they need to do an RFP. And could we maybe draw another line above that, says anything over, I don't know if it's 50 or 100,000, just some number that it needs to come get blessed by us before some significant capital expense is made.
That's what I was looking for.
Yeah, because I think that was during the discussion with the charter revision when we were here. I think we were, again, there's intent, right? So I thought we put something in the charter.
I personally don't want to see the town council having to approve every $25,000 purchase, like a couple of copiers or printers, and you're over that. But whatever we think maybe the right number would be, and we may have to amend that as inflation continues, but something that's material.
Mr. Maniscalco, what would a number be that would be like unusual, be high enough so it really doesn't have to come back to us, so your people can do their jobs, but not so high that the council's not part of this purchase?
Or aware.
Well,
aware of, yeah.
I think the example would be the new firearms that we had to purchase, right? They had to come to us, right? We had to authorize that.
Right, that was $80,000.
Right.
That should be covered under the safety exemption. There's a safety exemption on the
Right.
5th page or 4th page under, there's a
Well, the
safety.
But that was just an example that I was using.
Yeah, but the reason that came to you is because we didn't have the funding actually in the budget that had already been approved by all of you. I think you gotta remember, as we're spending money out of the operating budget, you've all gone through the budget process and approved the actual budget already. So that's kind of that mindset and that process. The instances where we would be spending larger amounts of money, like, I'm trying to think, $500,000, something of that nature, those are gonna be road projects or fire trucks. Your road projects are gonna have very specific bidding standards to them because we're probably gonna be partnering with the state for state funding. You guys would probably be brought some type of resolution approving that project at some point. So there's kind of council involvement in that because because of the different partners that are at play. In terms of fire trucks, we've always done the municipal lease to own for fire trucks. you would probably be involved in that, although I think we just amended that ordinance a little bit to exempt the fire trucks for certain parts of it, so.
So would we be looking for something that says any purchase over X that is not an emergency must be approved by the town council? Would you have a problem
Let me
with that?
fiddle with some wording and I'll get you an amendment back. And
Okay.
we can figure it
so
out.
we'll
I
hold
promise
that.
you, we won't spend that much money before we get you an amendment.
Okay. All right, no further comments. All those in favor? Aye. Anybody opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. We are now up to item 15, which is public comment. And I'm not going to reread the thing other than to say this is for everything. This does not have to be on the agenda. And I do want to apologize to Councilor Danicki. I think I cut her off when we were discussing this before. There's certainly probably a little bit of debate on this, but I'm just going to say that it's related. So if you'd like to come up, and we'll see who else wants to talk to us.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, everyone. My name is Tim Appleton, and I live at 161 Woodland Drive here in South Windsor. On Election Day, voters throughout South Windsor cast
Point of
their
order,
ballot.
Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to still reiterate my objection because it's not within our jurisdiction. I know, but I'm just letting you know my objection.
Thank you. On Election Day, voters throughout South Windsor cast their ballots. Those votes were counted and the outcome was clear. The people elected Harrison Madison to serve on the South Windsor Town Council. However, tonight, this council is still not properly constituted because of the actions by unelected bureaucrats right here in South Windsor Town Hall, who unilaterally, retroactively, and wrongly implemented Charter Review Commission changes, unfortunately leading to litigation. And what was South Windsor's unelected bureaucrats' response to this litigation? Well, I'm sad to report they chose not to engage, explain, or justify their actions on the merits in court. They hid. Let me explain. Instead of defending these unilateral and retroactive decisions that disenfranchised thousands of voters, they rushed to court in a desperate attempt to silence voters, filing a motion to dismiss the case, attempting to hide their scheme from the public eye. Their actions have never been about making our community better, only about shielding themselves from accountability for a clear and disgraceful violation of voter rights. As one of those disenfranchised voters, let me be clear. What happened in this town hall is an abuse of public trust. The entire state is watching, and this must not stand. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to speak to the council at this time? Come on up.
Good evening. My name is Harry Madison Jr. of 31 High Street, East Hartford, Connecticut. And here I am back again. You guys have an interesting way you run your meetings. But, you know, I've been elected for 10 years, going on 11 years. I'm on the council in East Hartford. And, you know, what's going on in South Windsor has been a topic of discussion with folks all across the state. It's just interesting that there have been opportunities to really resolve this, and it's interesting that, you know, we're even attempting to be silenced from even speaking on the subject. Makes folks uncomfortable. I would be uncomfortable too if I was in your position. I hope, as I said before, that the things that have been done in the dark and the schemes that are at play will come to light. And I know there's a lot of other things that are happening over at Town Hall, very interesting, but you know, it's just unfortunate, and it's really, it's putting the dignity of South Windsor in jeopardy. as well as the integrity of the voting process. So I really hope that the right thing happens and we can get past this, but unfortunately, you know, some folks would rather protect themselves than really protect the voting process. So again, I would love to be home with my wife relaxing, but I'm here speaking out, even though folks would probably not like us to speak out, but we're here. So, and we'll continue to do so and continue to fight for what's right while folks sit back and relax. You guys have a great night.
All right, can you give us your address just for the record?
I already did, but I can do it again. 31 High Street, East Hartford, Connecticut.
Okay, sorry. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak at this time? Come on up.
You sign in first, or? Sign in first?
Yeah, you could sign it. Yeah. And again, if you could start with your name and address. Thank you.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. My name is Awet Sagai. I reside at 19 Home Terrace, East Hartford, Connecticut. And speaking just to the matter that was just spoken about from Tim Appleton and Harry Madison. From the moment that the town committee filed this lawsuit, South Windsor unelected bureaucrats not only did one thing to run for cover, they offered no explanation for their unilateral, uneven actions, just to make a mad dash to court, shut the case down, and keep their scheme in the dark. This wasn't about protecting the voters, it was about protecting themselves from accountability from the voters. And I just want to also add that I've known the family for many years. It is a pleasure to have, I would assume it's a pleasure to have Harrison Madison Sr. in this body. Unfortunately, the chair, as you all can see, the chair is empty with another jacket on there tonight. But I would also hopefully to watch from the neighboring town, hopefully they expect that this outcome comes from what the voters obviously asked for, what they've obviously voted the last election. And I think to Tim's point, the state is watching. This is a discussion that I think not only is outside of just neighboring East Hartford, South Windsor, this is an overall issue that I've been hearing about from other neighbors and friends of mine around the state. So I'll leave it with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak to the council at this time? All right, seeing nobody. Item 16 is communication from the council. Deputy Mayor Paterno.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You should all have at your desk a copy of this. I think we have one for you guys to share. This is just for discussion tonight, but this is a proposal I'd like to bring forward at a future meeting. One of the things I heard very loud and clear during the campaign time was seniors who are not able to afford some of the tax payments and also some of the sewer use fees. And we already have, if you look at this chart, we already have 2 tiers of tax abatements for seniors. What I'm proposing in this idea here is to create a third. So it's all based on income limits. The third tier just raises the income limit slightly, so it gets more people eligible. Now, one of the things we can do is we can say, okay, we still got to look at the budget, and so we're going to say, if we're going to discount or give a tax abatement to individuals or families, then you can only spend up to 0.5% of the budget. Last year, that would have been $205,000 roughly that we would have been saying we're going to give back to taxpayers. What I've included in this proposal is veterans. They are not, there is a veterans program through the state, but they are not in this program for tax abatements in town. Second thing is to look at the sewer use fees, and again, they already have a discount program. And they have 3 levels of discounts based on, again, income. What I'm proposing here is to go to a 4th level where seniors and veterans, based on income again, would be able to get a discount on their sewer use fee. Now, we can't change that, but if this group agrees, I'd like to go to the Water Pollution Control Authority and suggest to them that this is an option I think they should add to their sewer use discount. So it's already in place. We're not changing anything. We're just adding another level to make more people eligible. And they could essentially do the same thing. They can say a certain percentage of their budget would be the limit. So at some point, yes, the program would have to end because they can't just keep giving discounts. But to be honest with you, and I've met with Tony Manfrey, he says this is workable. I did go to Vernon and I met with the Pollution Control Authority person in Vernon, and they have a different system where they measure water use, and from the water use, they then are able to bill people based on water usage. After spending roughly an hour and a half with him, he discouraged me so much from going down that road because of the number of problems that they've had. And the second problem that we have in South Windsor is that we have 2 water companies. So while the Connecticut Water Company would send you copies of bills, MDC is a little more reluctant to do that, and that would be a real struggle. So after meeting with both of them and talking with Mr. Maniscalco, this seems to be a workable solution that I'd like to present to you, probably in the next couple of weeks, to look at different levels for senior and veteran tax abatement and senior and veteran sewer use discount fees. Okay, any questions?
Councilor
Yes.
Delnicki.
The second slide on the first page,
Second slide.
the sewer user discount. It's saying that there used to be this program, no longer, right there, front page, second slide.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, the state
That's the state one?
had a circuit breaker tax abatement.
So you have to be a homeowner.
Right. They discontinued it.
So you're looking to bring this program as a town program.
Right. So what we do in town right now is we do this option A, which the state used to reimburse us for and no longer does, but we have this in existence.
Okay.
And we have a tier 2, which we created, I think about 4 years ago, for another level of income. What I'm proposing here is go to level 3.
So what's level 2 right now? Is that?
2
Is that
is on
slide 3?
page 2. See the South Windsor option, local option B, tier 2? Mm-hmm. Okay.
So you're raising the limit.
And then go to the next page on 3, and it's local option C, tier 3. So I'm raising income, I'm suggesting that we raise income limits, and then when we give a tax abatement, it's simply a $300 flat fee tax abatement.
So this one, slide 5, page 3.
Right.
You're saying a $300. So right now, the sewer rate is $4.99, say $500. So you're going to give these folks a $200 a year break?
Before I have the deputy mayor respond, could I just maybe make a recommendation? Since this is communication from the council, we all have it. I mean, the public doesn't know what we're talking about.
Oh.
It's not up on the screen.
Yeah.
Could we wait for questions? I appreciate there's multiple questions. You've asked some already. But does anybody have a problem if we just say, we heard the idea, let's wait until it's on the agenda for us to ask the, questions? Because
And then we'll have
nobody
time.
watching has any idea what we're talking about.
Right.
And I apologize. Yep. Does anybody else have any other communication from the council?
I do.
Go ahead. Councilor Delnicki.
I'd like to remind everyone of the upcoming holiday schedule. Town offices will be closed on Thursday, December 25th and January 1st Trash and recycling collection will be delayed by 1 day, both weeks. So Thursday pickup will move to Friday, and Friday pickup will move to Saturday. And the school district is also closed on December 25th and January 1st, and schools will be closed for the holiday break from Wednesday, December 24th through Friday, January 2nd. And finally, today is the second day of Hanukkah, a time when light and resilience are celebrated. In light of recent tragic events, we extend our thoughts to all who are grieving and reaffirm our commitment to supporting one another as a community. May this season remind us of the strength we find in unity and compassion. That's all I have.
Counselor King.
Thank you. Just real quick, and thank Counselor Delnicki for that. But just check your school because there could be practices. I know Roman has practices during the Christmas break. So just because the school is closed does not mean that there's not practices and other stuff going on. So don't say, well, the town council says schools is closed, you don't have practice. No, please check with your coaches and make sure, because for some of you guys, you do have practices, surprisingly, during the Christmas break.
Well, schools are closed, and this way people don't have to worry about school buses for a week.
Right, true. But I don't want people to, misunderstand and be like, no, you don't, because the schools is closed. No, you still got practice, so you be there.
Counselor Cadera.
I just wanted to say a thank you out to the town employees, especially the first responders who be working over the holiday period, to thank them for their service during the holiday times, being away for their families and so forth. And also to the military families as well, serving abroad, not being home with their families. Thank you.
All right, item 17, executive session. We don't have one. Item 18, can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn?
Second. All those in favor? Aye. Anybody opposed? We are adjourned.